Need to fix my shit. Oh, it feels lovely, brother. Okay. Uploaded that joke. Baby, like that rapper. Fucking boy Kshotem back for another video and all that, man. As y'all see, man, I'm playing this little solo match for y'all, you know what I mean? We finna get into this little match rule for y'all, you already know what it is. This is my second commentary video I'm doing for y'all, you know what I mean? So this is a little gameplay I did yesterday. I was editing this thing on the PS4 yesterday, you know what I mean? So you already know me, Kshotem, stay in the laboratory for everybody that knows. Here we go. Hey, my fucking boy Kshotem back for another video and all that, man. As y'all see, man, I'm playing. I just dropped a new video on YouTube. We finna get into this little match rule for y'all. You already know what it is. This is my second commentary video I'm doing for y'all. You know what I mean? So this is a little gameplay I did yesterday. I was editing this thing. So I'm gonna record some of this. I need to get a drink, little water. This is my second commentary video I'm doing for y'all, you know what I mean? So this is a little gameplay I did yesterday. I was editing this thing on the PS4 yesterday, you know what I mean? Kshotem stay in the laboratory for everybody that knows. I really get to it, you know what I mean? So I've been just figuring out the editing process on the PS4, and honestly, it's pretty chill. You know what I mean? Like everything you see right here on the screen is straight from the PS4 edited, you know what I mean? So it's pretty slight, you know what I mean? As you see on the screen, follow me on Twitch at Kshotem. You already know what it is, man. Catch me live every day. You know, I'll be doing everything on there, as y'all know. You know what I mean? I'll be drawing. You know, as y'all know, I do all my own logos and cover arts and all that. So you can catch me doing that on there. You know what I mean? Doing shout out videos, reactions, you know what I mean? All types of stuff, to be honest. And the gaming stuff is just some like new stuff I've been doing, you know. But this is some new content I'm doing right now too. So you already know what to do, man. I'm gonna be doing a lot more of these. So make sure y'all stay tuned for all that. But yeah, man, we've been running up numbers on motherfucking Instagram, you know what I mean? We got like 800,000 profile views right now. You know what I mean? So this is a new Instagram, and it's been going crazy. So make sure y'all tune in and tap in and all that, man. I be going crazy on all the social sites, you know, YouTube, Twitch. Twitch is new though, you know what I mean? I'm just building it. But TikTok, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, like whatever, you know what I mean? Like all that shit be activated and up, you know what I mean? And the numbers, you know what I mean? Everything's growing at a good pace, you know what I mean? As you see on the screen, make sure you follow me on YouTube for all the gameplays. Because, you know what I mean? I'll be doing all my gameplays on YouTube, like all the full videos I upload straight to YouTube, you know what I mean? Straight from the P4. And, you know what I mean? All my live videos, as y'all know, I'll be doing on Twitch. So you can find me on Twitch doing the live videos and all that shit. You already know how to hit that Red Bull. Yeah, man, so as y'all see on the screen, make sure y'all, you know, fuck with me on the creator code. You know, I made 4 or 5 maps on Fortnite. So y'all can go check them out just by typing Kshotem. And also, when you buy something from the store on Fortnite, you could apply that creator code before you make a purchase. And, you know, it's just a little something to support Kshotem. And, you know, if I start getting rewarded things, then I'm going to start doing giveaways and all that for people that support the code. So if you end up using the code, make sure you send me a screenshot of you sending the code out there to the store, and I'll save all the receipts. And you already know, whenever I do a giveaway, I'll remember all those people that support Kshotem. So yeah, you already know what it is, man. The creator code is something I'm really trying to push. You know, the gaming stuff is something I'm trying to push. It's roughly new, as y'all know, you know what I mean? Nobody even knew I played games, and I didn't play no games for a long time, you know what I mean? I wasn't playing no games for a couple of years. So, you know what I mean? Like, I was just doing the photos, doing the photos, doing the videos, building my name on social media and all that, you know what I mean? Because, you know, I used to be playing games and whatnot, you know what I mean? But whenever I got into the videos and all that, you know what I mean? I just got super into what I was doing, you know what I mean? So that's where a lot of people didn't know, like, I could play some video games, you know what I mean? Because as y'all see on the screen, you know what I mean, Kshotem does his thing, you know what I mean? Like, I ain't no rookster out here, you know what I mean? Everything Kshotem do, he really do it. Just like right here, look at him, blah, 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 blah. Boys that can't even take the heat, you feel me? Yeah, you go see me catch this dub right now, you know what I mean? Don't get it fucked up for Michigan screw now. These fools be dropping, you know what I mean? And also, I am looking for people, you know, them shot up gamers, you know what I mean? I'm looking for them people that really want to, you know what I mean, team up, do their thing, you feel me? Because, you know what I mean? Like, I just be playing solo or with some randoms. I don't really got a solid squad right now that I always run with that's like on some competitive shit. Because, you know, Kshotem come from, you know, real competitive nature of everything I do. It don't matter what I'm doing, you know what I mean? I'm going to make sure I do it, you know what I mean? So when it comes to the games, of course, you feel me? I do it, you feel me? As y'all see on the screen, you feel feel what I'm talking about? Like, it ain't no game on this side of player, you feel me? Like, we really do this shit. We're like shit, you know what I mean? So I'm definitely looking for them Kshotem gamers, you know what I mean? Them real squadrons, you feel me? And see, the thing about this game, right? It's all about teamwork. You know what I mean? Working together as a squad, pushing together as a squad. Obviously, right now, y'all see me playing this solo match, right? But when you're playing as a team, and y'all gonna see it, because I'm gonna post some shit and show examples and break it down for y'all, you know what I mean? That's what Kshotem do. I break shit down, boy, like a Kit Kat, boy. You know what I'm talking about? Split that boy in half, boy. You know what I'm talking about? And I don't do the sharing. Yeah, I don't do the sharing. Yeah, that Kit Kat's mine. And see, you see how I be creeping on these fools, dogs? Like, that's how you're supposed to play Fortnite, you know what I mean? You're supposed to be creep on them boys, you feel me? Like, playing swift, playing low key. You know, a lot of people, they play like the first motherfucker they see, they run at them. They don't even look at their surroundings, you know what I mean? This game's all about the situation you're in, you know what I mean? The position you're in, you know? If you engage too far away, there might be some enemies that hear it right there. You shoot from across the map. You feel me? Like, it just don't make sense. So the way I play is, like, I try to engage into mid-range battle, sometimes long-range battle, if I'm confident enough that he gonna drop type shit. You see what I'm talking about, Slime? But, like, there ain't no sense to shoot from, like, across the fucking, you know what I mean? The fucking map type shit, and you just attracted attention your way type shit, right? And I don't know why it keeps cutting like that, you feel me? Like, I think that's a PS4 or some shit. I don't know what the fuck. You know, it almost looks like I edited like that, but I for sure didn't, you know what I mean? That shit's fucking stupid. But anyways, you know what I mean? Yeah, man, like, it's all about how you push up on some shit, you know what I mean? And if you're working as a team, it's not about, like, the first enemies you see, you throwing a shockwave down to get up out of there. You know what I mean? Like, the shockwaves are just supposed to be for mobility, like, get to the team, not away from the team. But see, a lot of people that use some shockwaves like that, they're used to playing build mode, you feel me? And that's what motherfuckers do. They just drop down some fucking shockwaves and get up out of there. Because they're used to building, right? And I play with motherfuckers that play the build stuff, and that's how they think, you know what I mean? Like, they be complaining because they don't got enough of those portal things to drop down. What are they? The bunkers, yeah, the bunker things. If they don't have enough of those or shockwaves, they be crying and shit. But see, this shit's all about using the surroundings you have to your advantage, right? So you see, you have objects around you. That's that you don't need to build anything. You don't need to throw nothing down. You have a whole object right there on your right, to your left, like all around, right? But see, when people play build, they forget about all them things. But you see, that goes into what I'm saying. Like, when you play as a team and then you play zero build, there's a certain way you play the game. You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't really understand that. You feel me? But see, somebody like Kshotem, he used to play like competitive games way back in the day on the computer, like Counter-Strike. You know what I mean? Unreal Tournament. You feel me? I mean, there's so many games back in the day. Before all the extra shit came into video games, you know, sliding and all these superpower type things, you feel me? It was just boots on the ground, you know what I mean? You had to just be good with the gun, you know what I mean? And your team. And you see, a lot of people these days, they think, like, if you want to play as a team, it's weak. You know what I mean? Like, they think that you got to, like, play solo, try to show out, or whatever the fuck. I don't know what the fuck these fools be thinking, but it's like, I'd rather, like, everybody shoot at the same target to drop that same target than for everybody to shoot at individual people. Like, because the goal is to win the fucking match, right? That's why you drop from the bus, you drop to the fucking ground, because you're there to win the fucking match. You ain't there to fucking just get some kills, you know what I mean? Go play Call of Duty if that's the case, you know what I mean? Like any game you play in a squad, you're supposed to play in a team formation. It don't matter what you're playing, it's supposed to be that way. If not, you should be playing like a solo. Just like build, right? I feel like build is pretty much specifically for people that play solo, because you're not thinking about a team when you think about building a complex as soon as the enemy shoots you. You know, so I mean, build is I feel like perfect for solo play. You know what I mean? But in a team aspect, how the fuck, you know? And a lot of people tell me like, "Oh, you obviously don't watch competitive Fortnite." Hell no, I don't. But all I'm gonna say is, if you go play a build match right now and you just observe the match, you're gonna see exactly what I'm saying. Like, ain't nobody really playing as a team. You know what I mean? Like, everybody plays individually, spread out, not even thinking about the team. If anything, they just trying to show out to try to make it seem like they're the best looking player or some shit like that. But in zero build, you know what I mean? It's just, it's about working as a team. And sure, you could do your own thing, right? But hey, if you run into a squad of 2 or 3 or 4, you know what I mean, and you by yourself, you gonna get swept. That's where in zero build, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of mandatory to play with your squad, because you're gonna win, you're gonna overpower shit, and that's the whole point. You know what I mean? The whole point isn't to be spread out. That's why if you play solo and you go play a squad feel on a solo, these random ass people play better than your friends with mics and all that, because like they understand how to play the game, right? And I find myself doing that all the time. Like, I'll be going and playing solo squad or squad feels all by myself, because they play better than some people with the mic. And sometimes I like to add people that don't even have a mic, because they just be more aware of the game. You know what I mean? But hey, man, we getting around to the end of the match already. Look at this fool. This fool's all trying to be low key over there. No, sir. That fool got his shit knocked back. But y'all finna see what I do to him right now. You know what I mean? Don't even trend. Look at me dancing. That's a technique. That's called strafing right there. And for y'all that don't know, as y'all see, I don't have a crosshair on my screen, and also I don't have aim assist. That's why, like, my aim is a little, you feel me? Little sticky here or there, you feel me? Because it's harder to aim, obviously, right? You don't have all that help. The aim assist being a magnet, you feel me? Stop playing. Look at this fool just get dusted off real quick. You already know, man. I took that like Halloween candy from a motherfucker. You know what I'm talking about? Stop playing. That boy talking sweet. He gonna need to get a root canal after that. You already know what to do, man. It's your boy Kshotem. Get a degree in vocational nursing, fully online. Scholarships and financial. And that was a cool fucking video, dog. I fuck with that one. Hey, I like that new video I just dropped. That shit was kind of cool. Yeah, man, go watch that new video I just dropped, man. I edited that whole video from my PS4, man. That's crazy, huh? Anything's possible. You just gotta know what you're doing. That's a good example right there for you. Cause before I knew how to edit videos, I for sure didn't know how to use the shit on the PS4 to edit. You know what I mean? I tried before, but I didn't understand it. But now I get up on there, I'm like, oh shit, like I fucking know exactly what's going on with this shit, dog. Like they say, practice makes perfect, homie. Yeah, man. Once you learn how to edit, it's all the same. It don't matter what you're using. And once you learn how to edit, the obviously simpler the program is, the easier it is to just, you feel me, know what you're doing, right? Because if you know how to do simple editing, and then the program is very simple to use and shit, it ain't nothing. Because the shit on here is more simple than iMovie. And iMovie's fucking pretty simple, you feel me? But before I knew how to actually edit videos how I do, I would look at that shit back in the day and I'd be fucking hella confused. Like, what the fuck am I looking at? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I'm just trying to finish up this drawing so I could put together this Christmas logo that I've been working on and shit. It's just pretty hard. Fuck. I just ain't been working on it because I've been working on other shit, you know what I mean? I be busy as fuck, homie. I'm a busy bee, homie. I'm busy, fool, because I fucking get active as fuck, homie. Yeah, Kshotem get active as fuck on his lifestyle, homie. I get active as fuck, homie. Oh, yeah, homie, I get stupid active, dog. I get active as fuck, homie. See, it's good to get active as fuck, homie, but you just gotta know what you're getting active on, homie. Get active on your fucking life, homie. Not the gang guy. Not the enemy guys, homie. It's on your life, doggy. You know, that's the whole point of my content that I make, too, you feel me? So people see how fucking ridiculous that shit is. Fucking right, homie. Boy, that shit look hard right there. Right, homie. Okay. Clean. Oh, yeah, that shit hard. All my niggas fucking real niggas. Ooh, this shit hard. All my niggas real. So you know Mm. I think that's good right there. Yeah, that's cool. Yo, what's good, my boy? How you doing? Forgot I want to charge my headset. Charge this shit. What's good with you, fam? Ooh. Hey man, best of luck to you, bro. To me that sounds crazy because having a baby in this time and age is pretty crazy, you know what I mean? But hey man, of course babies ain't always planned, so but you already know, man, best of luck to you and all that, brother man. All right, holy. Yeah, who's trying for a baby? The only things I have is. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, man. I mean, hey, man. It's like one of those things, you know. I mean, if you have, I don't want to say doubts, but you got things in your head like a list. You got to go with your gut feeling at all times, you know what I mean? You know, one thing I learned is you can never put your trust fully into some other person, especially a woman. But I don't know your guys' situation, you know what I mean? I really don't know anything of it. But definitely hope for the best. You know what I mean? But technically, when things are kind of shaky and rocky, if you don't fix them things pretty soon, then they tend to get a little more rocky. Because when things are unstable, they keep getting unstable.
Nothing just comes out of nowhere and it's like an epiphany happens, you know what I mean? So, people gotta want the same thing in order for those things to happen, you know what I mean? And a lot of times people ain't on the same page. That's why relationships could be hard, in certain situations if you don't know what you're getting into or you don't know what you're dealing with. And I know you might say, like, well, I'm with the person. How do I not know what I'm dealing with? I mean, hell, a lot of people be getting to relationships or whatever the case you want to call that, and they don't know what the fuck they doing. They don't know why they doing it. They lusting. You know what I mean? A lot of people be lusting out here. They just want to pipe. You feel me? Shit, even the females just want to pipe these days. You feel me? They're just on some like shit. I don't mind on just, you feel me, having a side piece. Yeah, females they don't care nowadays. You feel me? From what I see, there's still some people out there, some solid individuals. Of course, you feel me. But you know, you definitely gonna find more people in the mix that just want to, you feel me, do their own shit, so to speak. And relationships they built. You know what I mean? They just doesn't. It just doesn't happen. You feel me? Like you gotta really be rocking with somebody heavy. But to me, man, you gotta figure somebody out. Because one thing I learned about people is you could know somebody for 5, 10 years, whatever, and never really knew that person. But that's because you ignored all the signs of the person. You were like, ah, nah, they're not like that, or oh no, not this. So you miss any opportunity to see who they really were because you weren't actually trying to search for that person to see like who they were, right? A lot of people don't know how to learn about people. For some reason, I'm good at that, but that's probably why I stay away from a lot of people. Like you don't really see me around no people, girls, no none of that. Like I just focus on what I got going on. You know what I mean? Because ain't nobody gonna love you like you. You feel me? A lot of the times people search for in other people what they need to search for in themselves first. You know what I mean? Sometimes people be looking for all this love shit in other people instead of looking for it inside themselves. You know what I mean? That's just what I noticed from the world. They always want to be like in a relationship or like have a female in their life. If they don't, they depressed. They don't know what to do. Like, damn, fool. That's when a female controlled the narrative in his life. Like, damn, fool, you can't even eat right now, dog. You can't even eat right, fool, because you're thinking about this high now, fool. That's crazy, fool. Now, there's some people that would be too invested. It's good to give your all to somebody and show some love to somebody, but you feel me? You can't do that with everybody, You got to be very selective over who you give your love to, your energy. I mean, if you're somebody that lives a value lifestyle, you feel me, then you gonna value these things, you feel me? But hell, if you don't really hold no value, then you may not know what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah, you'll be surprised. A lot of motherfuckers don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But that's because they ain't, you feel me, tuned in. But like I said, you could know a girl for 10 years, 5 to 10 years, and you may not know her, right? Because you was never trying to figure her out. Like, you wasn't like, you feel me? You didn't test the theories, the waters, you feel me? Like, you didn't put your mind where her mind should be, where you think, right? To test it, you feel me? To see, like, oh, is she on that? Is she like this? Is she like that? Oh, she gonna be like this in this situation? Like, sometimes you gotta test that, you know what I mean? Because a lot of the times a person's not gonna tell you. A female ain't gonna come out and tell you like, "Hey, I'm really like this." Nah, she ain't gonna tell you that. What the fuck would she do that? So you gotta figure those things out on your own. You know what I mean? But see, it goes with intuition, common sense, you basic knowledge. You feel me? Like you gotta look at how somebody lives their life. You know what I mean? The actions they make is who they are, not the words they speak. So if somebody's saying one thing but they acting on another thing, lean towards what they acting on, not what they saying on, because they ain't saying nothing. They acting on something else. You know what I mean? So that's what you gotta go upon. You know what I mean? You start basing people off of their actions, you won't have nobody around you because nobody holds value these days. Everybody's full of it, fibbing, trying to get over on somebody, faking it. You know what I mean? There's not very many real people. So if you real, you gonna look around and there ain't gonna be too many people around. You know what I'm talking about? But it's good. It's better that way. Less people around, more focus on yourself. You know what I mean? The more you could get done. You know what I mean? Like me, right? Like me, right? Like I just uploaded a video. I'm right here. I'm about to show you this drawing. If it'll let me. Shit. Watch, check it out. So I uploaded a video on YouTube. Been doing this drawing right here, you feel me? You know what I mean? We've been drawing, you feel me? Upload a new video. Organized the room earlier some more, you feel me? Cleaned, made the bed, you see? Perfectly made bed, you feel me? Like, I did 2 voiceovers, uploaded them to Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and all that. Then I uploaded a gameplay to YouTube. Now I'm doing this, you know what I mean? It's like, you see what I'm talking about? Like, there ain't no room to think about another person. You see what I'm talking about? Like, there ain't no way I could think about a girl right now. You know what I'm talking about? Like, like there's no way. Like, I'm busy. If I start thinking about a bee snatch, it's gonna take my focus off what I'm doing. You think I want to do that to myself? You think? Oh shit! You think I want to take my focus off this for a bitch? No, that's definitely not happening. You know what I mean? So we staying focused, and see that's what I'm trying to say, right? The more you're focused on yourself, the more you figure out everybody else out, right? You figure out, damn, it's a waste of time. This person just wants this from me. This person just loves my energy. This girl just trying to pick my brain. You know what I mean? She want to learn things about Kshotem. That's cool, but not everybody's narrative is good. You know what I mean? Not everybody's narrative is for you, right? So you got to be focused on you, and the more you stay away from a lot of shit, the more you notice shit from people that you didn't notice before, right? So it's good to stay away from the energy so you're not a part of the energy. So you're not blind by the energy. You know what I'm talking about? Because that's a powerful source right there. But the more you're to yourself, you don't want to be around a female. Because you realize, like, they don't do nothing for you. Unless, yeah, what, they throw some ass at you. Let me put it like this. Anything a female could do, you could do too. And for yourself. Think about it. You could cook, right? You could clean. You could work or make your own money. You could paint a house. I mean, there's a lot of shit you could do. You could even please yourself if you needed to. You feel me? You could get to strokey. You could turn a strokey jokey. You talking about? You could go crazy. So you see what I'm saying? Like, once you understand that, then you understand that a woman is most of the time only there to like benefit off of you as the man. You know what I mean? Like, oh, he got bread. You know what I mean? A bitch might be like, oh, he be around other motherfuckers that I'm trying to get around to. Never happened to me, but that's how females think, right? But most females are just about bread. You know what I mean? Like getting things out of people. You know what I mean? Like a ride, some food,
a purse. I mean, a female will go to any measure to see where she could place you in her life. And if you're the guy that will pick her up and take her to the 5-star restaurant, then you'll be in her phone as 5-star restaurant. You know, you're gonna be in her phone as a 5-star restaurant guy. And then the dude that likes to, buy her stuff at Chanel, he's named Chanel guy. And then, depending on what she wants to do that day, she goes with this guy. She goes with the Chanel guy. She wants to go out to eat, she goes with the 5-star guy. You see what I'm talking about? That's basically like the reality of a woman. Oh, I need gas money. Oh, I need this. Oh, I want to look good. I'm going to Vegas. I need this. Let me hit this dude up. All I got to do is this or that. Go see him. Oh, he'll do this for me. You see what I'm talking about? So, the outcome of a woman is a little bit different than the outcome of a man. So you can never put your focus in a woman unless she's doing for you. Because it's easier being a woman than it is being a man. So like if she ain't really helping you out, it's not really no benefit to be around a woman if she ain't helping you out. Because if you put all your eggs in that basket and help and fuck with that one woman, you might lose it all fucking with her, but she gonna gain everything fucking with you. Because while she was with you, she was able to maintain off of you. You know what I mean? But see, when she gone, she off to the next one that's in her phone waiting on her. While you gotta recoup everything you done lost. And it's different being a guy. You ain't just gonna bounce back like a female gonna bounce back. Cause a female the whole time she been having all them dudes in her inbox, da da da, because that's what guys do. They go to the woman, right? Guys don't wait on girls to come to us. We go to the women. The women wait for us to go to them. So you know, while a woman is sitting there, acting like she going through it with you, you really the one going through it. She got rebounds. You only got rebounds if that's what you doing. If you making sure you got something if shit don't work out. But the thing about it is, a woman gonna go through your phone all day, but you ain't gonna be as prone to go through her phone because of how a woman is, right? Like you feel me? Like the way they are is like, oh, don't da da da, don't da da, and they do things to cover their tracks. For instance, this is the first sign that your girl's cheating on you. If she puts her phone down like this, when people put their phone down like this, they're cheating. When they put it like this, they're faithful. They don't got nothing to hide. They want you to see that screen light up. When they put it like this, they got something to hide. They don't want you to know what's in that phone, you know what I mean? They be like, shit, no, I don't want you to see what's in my phone. People that put their phone face down up don't got nothing to hide. People that put their phone down like this, they got something to hide. Oh, I'm gonna try to make a clip real quick. And honestly, that's just like the honest truth of how that shit go. You hear me? Oh yeah, that's a strong topic right there. You know what I mean? It is too. You know what I mean? Cause think about it. When you don't got shit to hide and you know you good, you put your phone up. You know what I mean? Cause who the fuck don't want to see who's hitting you up first, right? You want to see your phone, right? But when you put it like this, you just don't want anybody to see what's popping up on that motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like you worried about that shit. You know what I mean? Like, oh shit, I hope that shit don't pop up. You be like, niggas be like, niggas would be like, you feel me? Put in their pocket real quick. You feel me? Like, nah, nigga, like you feel me? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you can't put your shit face down up like that while you're in a relationship around a female or whatever the case is, you just got some shit to hide. You feel me? But you see, those are the things that people need to work on as people, right? Then you don't gotta worry about that shit. You don't gotta worry about that. Wouldn't you want to be around somebody?
and know that you good, that you ain't lying about some shit, that you ain't trying to cover some shit up, like, isn't that better? So this is my intake, right? It's probably better to live your life as if you were in a relationship when you're single. You know what I mean? Just act like you're in a relationship. You know what I mean? Just be like, I'm not gonna have a bunch of side pieces. I'm gonna just, you know what I mean, fuck with whoever I fuck with. You know what I mean? But make sure whoever I fuck with is of quality. It's somebody I'm really fuck with. Because you don't want to be coming to the point where you really fucking with somebody, then you got all these other things in your phone, all these side pieces, all this other shit. You feel me? You want to know, like, shit, I'm living the same life as if I was in a relationship as I'm single. So what that tells you is when you find the girl that you're looking for, there's no cleanup. There is no, I gotta adjust this. Nothing. You already living life legit. So you don't gotta worry about none of that shit. But the same goes for a woman, you know what I mean? But see, the thing about that is a woman got more options. Woman out there more, you know what I mean? Woman, all she gotta do is post a picture or whatever the case is. You know what I mean? I mean, hell, women love Kshotem, don't get me wrong, but it's not like being on a level of a girl, you know what I mean? Like where a girl is just on demand, you feel me? Like dudes, a dude that's a top 10 ain't on the level of a girl that's a top 10, right? Because a girl at a top 10 to a dude is like a fucking 100 or some shit. But a guy at a top 10 to a girl, there's a lot of top 10s out there, you know what I mean? They don't look at that as much of a way, right? As how we look at a top 10 female. Unless you a lusting ass nigga, right? But if you don't lust on shit, you don't really care about that top 10 bitch. Cause the top 10 bitch got a whole bunch of weird fucking ways. You know what I'm talking about? Like, bitch. I mean, but to me, top 10 doesn't mean looks necessarily. It's value, it's quality. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying like a girl can be butt ass ugly and have all these qualities and it's all good now. Like, I think a girl, if she has quality, she's gonna make sure she's kept right. You feel me? And it's not about like if she's the most beautiful woman because I truly believe that you could take somebody that isn't as attractive, right? And if they have confidence and they believe in themselves and they know they gonna look good. Fuck, they gonna look good. You know what I mean? That's just wow. I'm looking at it because I done seen some ugly ass motherfuckers in my life, right? Some butt ass ugly fools, and you put a haircut on that fool. You go, some new wardrobe. He feels it, boy. Yeah, that nigga him. Yeah, I done seen it before, you know what I mean? Yeah, I done seen it before. Motherfucker, I was like, damn, that fool him now. But see, that's what we like to see out here, you know what I mean? But like I said, a top 10 woman is not the same as a top 10 man, you feel me? Because the outcome of a man is different. I mean, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. That's a real thing, you feel me? He's like spawning with people trying to narrate. You're like, oh yeah, man, you know, I mean, shit. Yeah, man, I mean that happens a lot in life. You feel me? People got narratives. You know what I mean? Like, that's the internet for you. You know what I mean? The internet is a place of thoughts. A lot of people put their thoughts on the internet. Just like back in the day when Facebook became a thing, right? And you could post like a status or a bull or whatever you want to call that shit, or a post or whatever you want to call that shit. I forgot what they called it. And people would just like write anything or vent. That's how that shit really started. Like Twitter, just saying what's on your mind. That's what the internet turned into now. But see, the internet now is just a bunch of fucking spaghetti. Like they don't make no sense. They just saying random shit. You know what I'm talking about? Like Motherfuckers don't know what the fuck they talk about on the internet these days. And trust me, I know, because I know what I'm talking about. And I have conversations with people, and I'm like, bruh, like, if you just right here just to be funny and make no sense, then just don't do it. Because I ain't the one. Because I'm going to make you feel dumb as shit, you know what I mean? Like, because I ain't dumb. You know what I mean? So, motherfucker, you got to make sense on the internet, in life, you feel me? Because I think people forget that, the internet and real life are two different things, but you got to make sure you don't be like dumb on the internet. Like, you got to make sure like it's actual real reality, homie. Like, you feel me? You feel me? Like, in the sense of like, don't fake nothing on that motherfucker, Just be yourself, you know what I mean? Don't go on there try to be tough. Because then what happens whenever I drop the low and I'm like, all right, let's figure this out? Because like I said, it ain't just the internet, you know what I mean? Like, that's some shit you gotta look at no different as like real life standpoint, you know what I mean? So all your decisions you make gotta be valid. You can't just be saying shit out your ass. Cause you ain't gonna be doing that in real life. You ain't gonna be talking random nonsense in real life. You just ain't gonna say shit, boy. You see what I'm talking about? And that's the best way to do it on the internet too. Just like they say, think before you speak, and if you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say it at all. You see what I'm talking about? And I think that a lot of people on the internet, they didn't come up with spankies in their life, being punished, discipline. You know what I mean? I don't think a lot of these fools had no discipline on the internet these days. You know what I mean? But I think with me making the content that I make, I kind of give some laughter, some valid points. I think that the content that I make is a lot of reflection for the people to reflect on, right? Not for me, because I'm not living that lifestyle, you know what I mean? But it's their life that they need to reflect on, you know what I mean? The videos I make, they can only reflect on themselves, because, it's what they doing, you know what I mean? If you standing out, hanging out with a bunch of motherfuckers, you know what I mean? You ain't got shit to do every day. It's really not that hard for me to detail that in a picture. It's really not hard for me to be like, oh, look at this fool smoked out. This fool probably works at the warehouse, which I'm probably not wrong in all those situations. You see what I'm talking about? So it's a good way to reflect on your own life and be like, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't post something that Kshotem can just go and grab and make a video out of. You know what I mean? He's like, because, the content that I make should teach people not to go post dumb shit so then I don't have anything to grab on, right? Because you really can't go grab anything on Kshotem and be like, oh, look at Kshotem right here. Oh, look at this. Look at that. Look at this. Look at that. Oh, da da da. You can't. Because I don't do dumb shit. You see what I'm talking about? Go try that shit with Kshotem. Let's see how far you get. I'm 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 grown. You feel me? You cannot find one video, one picture, nothing. I mean, on some weird shit. So yeah, as far as a girlfriend trying to make you into a, oh yeah, man, girls, you know what I mean? They try to do that. Yeah, girls they try to do that for sure. You know what I mean? Yeah, girls are very manipulative. You feel me? That's what I learned about women. You know what I mean? Very, very manipulative creatures. But a woman's manipulated because they were actually trained and taught that way. They were actually trained and programmed to be manipulative. It's kind of like how they curse men and women, right? To even make them be against each other. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. They what do you say? Yeah, she's 22 and I can't act like she's all that mature in handling stress and anger. I trust her. She just gave her that. Yeah, man. I mean, when people give you red flags, you can't ignore those red flags, though. Because what I learned is a lot of the times people will give you red flags because they want you to see things that they're not trying to tell you. Some people, some people don't have it in them to tell certain shit. Like they're cowards. A lot of people are cowards. You feel me? So they can't tell you things, but they're gonna show you it. You know what I mean? Just like you know, people go run from the truth, but they gonna tell you a lie. You see what I'm talking about? People have a problem with acceptance, so they don't have an issue on showing you these messed up things. You know what I mean? But they won't tell you, cause then you ain't gonna mess with them. You know what I mean? Yeah, some people are kind of odd in that way, you know what I mean? Like they want you to fuck with them, but like they can't tell you about who they really is and how they move, because then you ain't gonna want them. So I have to remind myself that I'm. Oh yeah, I mean, but this is the thing, right? Don't fool yourself. Don't make yourself believe that you have an issue, because you probably don't got no issues. You probably ain't the issue. And I know women, so I know how a guy can just come to a situation and just actually fuck with a chick and have that situation get turned around because, people are narcissists. You know what I mean? People ain't really for you. You may think somebody for you, but if all the actions are showing different, then you gotta lean on those actions. Don't ever make yourself think that you're the issue if you ain't actually the issue. If you know you ain't doing shit, right? To make shit happen and it's all coming from another person, you're not the issue. Don't put yourself in that type of mentality of like, oh, I'm not perfect either. Of course, everybody's not perfect, right? But don't make yourself believe that you got the issue. Unless you got the issue and you can be a man about and be like, okay, this is my issue, right? But if it's not stemming from you, then you're not the issue. Some people just ain't meant to intertwine, you know what I mean? Not saying it's your situation. I'm just saying don't make yourself believe that it's you. Because by you saying that, oh, I have to remind myself I'm not perfect neither. You're trying to find a way to balance it out. You know what I mean? Don't do that, because if the issue is stemming from the other side of things, don't put yourself there, because you just breaking yourself down. You kicking yourself when you shouldn't, you know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, you just gotta, do you, you know what I mean? And yeah, you gotta stand 10 toes flat for you. Cause at the end of the day, ain't nobody gonna love you like you. Ain't nobody gonna care about you like you. Ain't nobody gonna celebrate you like you. Ain't nobody gonna be by you like you. Ain't nobody gonna be hungry by you like you. Ain't nobody gonna be lonely like you by you, but you. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna go through nothing else with nobody else other than you. You. So never forget who you are. Never forget why you wake up every fucking day, and it ain't for no girl. You know what I'm talking about? It ain't for no girl. You know what I mean? You wake up every day for yourself. And whoever you include into your life and into your space, that's who you include in, right? But never lose yourself, especially for somebody else. You know what I'm talking about? Don't lose yourself for somebody else. Because sometimes that ain't for you, you know what I mean? Like, you may not know it now, but based off of everything you telling me, you got to be aware of what's going on. You got to be aware of what's ahead of you, you know what I mean? You don't want to be blinded. You don't want to blindside yourself on purpose either, you know what I mean? a lot of people be stuck in disbelief sometimes too, you know what I mean? And they think that, you know what I mean, they could see a way out of something because they just want to see it, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes people are so embedded into things that they just don't want to see a way out of it, you know what I mean? They just want to thug it out. But the more you go through situations in life and stuff like that, you know what I mean, you get around to yourself, you know what I mean? You get around to peace within yourself, you know what I mean? And you basically, you know, don't need nothing else from nobody, you know what I mean? You just need yourself, you know what I mean? Like, you really don't need nothing. All you need is you, man. The minute you could accept that, man, hell, you could be probably homeless and you be all right with that. Because all you need is yourself, man. You know what I mean? If you can make yourself that happy, then shit, bro. Nothing else really matters. What really matters is how you feel. Because don't nobody have your feelings. Ain't nobody driving the same car as you. You know what I'm talking about? Like, it's not the same. You know what I mean? Don't nobody have your mind but you. You feel me? Like, don't nobody got that soul you got but you. And a lot of times people decide to lose that for somebody else. You know what I mean? I've never done that. I ain't never lost myself for somebody else. I done put up with a lot of shit for somebody. Yeah, I done put up with some shit, but I ain't never lost myself for nobody. You know what I mean? I made a thought at the time, like, damn, but nah. I always became stronger without even knowing it. You feel me? Like, yeah, every situation I've been, every girl or whatever, fuck, like, I always became stronger right after. Yeah, I ain't never let nothing break me, knock me down, sure, but ain't nothing ever broke me, made me fragile or no shit like that. You know what I mean? I always got right back up in every situation I ever been through and always kept it thugging. You know what I mean? Cause shit, that's all you can do. Just like they say, the world keeps turning. You know what I mean? Yo feelings. You know what I mean? They gonna stop. You know what I mean? But the world keeps turning. You feel me? Yeah, your feelings they gonna stop at some point. You feel me? But the world it gonna keep turning. You know, you could only be upset for so long. You know what I mean? That's a crazy thing about life. You know what I mean? The worst shit could happen to you right now, and it's crazy how you'll get over it in time. You know what I mean? That's I guess a beautiful thing about life is the ability to keep going and move forward. But you know, some people they really don't move forward. You know what I mean? Things happen and they get stuck. But that's why it's important to keep yourself happy, protect your space and energy, and just don't be around people that don't value who you are. You know what I mean? You know, not everybody is meant to be around you and in your presence. You feel me? Not everybody is worth that either. You feel me? And I know a lot of people might say, "Oh, Keisha, you think you're some da 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 special motherfucker?" Not really, honestly, but I do know my value, and I hold my words up to a standard. So because of that, I have morals and values, and I stand on something. You feel me? Like I stand on some shit, and I don't cross that line for nobody. And if motherfuckers try to cross my line, they see what go on. What do you say? Yeah, I've been completely faithful to her while I've been caught her. Wait, while I've caught her doing wrong in different ways. See, man, you keep on telling me shit. You feel me that I don't want to hear, nigga. But you know what? It's good that you being real with it because you just wanna. You looking for answers right now, my boy. You may not know it, but you looking for answers right now, doggy. There's a reason why you came to my live today. I will say that. because I feel like, you know what I mean, a lot of things are relatable. And I know for a fact I've been through things that you're going through right now. She blocks and cuts off and deletes a couple guys I caught. I mean, this is the thing, right? I truly don't feel like girls really block and do all this shit, right? Because think about it. If a girl really cared and all these things about her relationship and whatever the case is, she wouldn't be talking to any guys in the first place. She would cut off already naturally whoever is around that shouldn't be around because she respects you, right? You shouldn't have to tell her any of those things like, oh, who's this? What's this? What's that? Oh, you cut him off. Like, you feel me? That should already have been adjusted a long time ago, type shit. You know what I mean? So one thing I learned about women is they're very good at, just having multiple ways of doing something. So there's so many different ways that women be slick and low key. I mean, they have those texting apps that women use where, you feel me, like they just delete the app. You don't know who the fuck was texting them. Some females, they go, I think it's in Gmail. If you put a one on the Gmail, I think you could text somebody from Gmail. So it'll be going like all through the email type shit, you know what I mean? Yeah, if you there's a way you could put the number on there, right? And just text people from there. And then there's like a hella apps that people could just go on and talk on. Like Telegram, Discord, whatever, right? So there's so many ways. Like in 2025, like, bro, there is so many ways for a girl to just like put a guy somewhere else and be like, you feel me? I'm gonna have him over here. Or they could do even the other shit where they got their phone on airplane mode or some shit, and they got numbers in their phone that's like different people, like Samantha, Jessica, and they make sure these guys talk to them a certain way so they don't look like, you feel me, it's like a guy, you feel me? Some dudes know like, oh, this female got a man, you feel me? Cause a dude, he ain't gonna care if the female got a man, you feel me? Yeah, the dude ain't gonna give a shit, he gonna be like, ah, fuck it, you know what I mean? So he ain't gonna talk to her like, oh, hey baby, this and that. Not like a female would text a dude, right? A female texts a dude, she's gonna be all extra because she don't care if you get caught up, you feel me? But a dude, he gonna care because he's trying to hit, you feel me? So he's like, man, I ain't trying to, you feel me, get her caught up type shit. But a girl isn't like that. A girl, as soon as you clap cheeks, she gonna want to sabotage whatever you got going on. You could have a whole relationship and she'll have a whole relationship and she'll still try to do some weird shit. Cause females different than guys. You feel me? Yeah, man, females a little different, but there's a lot of ways nowadays. You feel me? That females could be low key and talking to people type shit. You feel me? And you won't even know it type shit. I forgot what other ways there were. There was other ways. Most girls that I talk to, they just use the obvious apps. You feel me? And a lot of the times, you have to actually search on their shit to really find the type shit I'm talking about. You feel me? Like you gotta really like look on their shit, cause. But see, for me, like I just don't be around people where you have to do all that. You feel me? Like if I don't naturally feel good about somebody, you feel me? Then nah. Hey, I appreciate you, Romaine. Old boy became, you know what I mean, shot a member. You feel me? Shouts out to him. You feel me? That's love. You feel me? You already know, bro. I spill a lot of game and I talk a lot of stuff on here. So, when people become a member, it's really appreciated because, it's a lot of stuff that, I provide. in my memberships, you feel me, just in the game and just like, gaming people up, giving them advice, you feel me, keeping that spill real for me, you feel me, on me, trying to just, you feel me, make people better people out here, man, make them understand what's going on, what's in front of them when it's in front of them, you know what I mean? It's really easy to be blindsided by the shit we call life. Shouts out to bro for sure. He went and became a member of mine, you feel me? That's a real move for him. Wait a minute. How the fuck did I do that shit? Oh, how the fuck is that? I don't know how the fuck. I'm gonna do that shit over. Hold on. Hell yeah, man. I appreciate you for becoming a member and all that. You know what I mean? This shit's all about the people. You feel me? If you got anything you ever want me to talk to you about, you feel me? All you gotta do is put in the comment section. The main reason why I'm live is for y'all. You feel me? So y'all can express your mind. Let me know what's going on. I let you know what's going on. I give you an answer to what you're looking for. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, Keisha, I'm a messenger. You know what I mean? Keisha, I'm a messenger sent from God. You feel me? So all you gotta do is keep it real with me, and I'm gonna keep it real with you. And that's it, as easy as I could put it. You know what I mean? Like you keep it real with me, I'm gonna keep it real with you, man. 10 toes flat. You know what I mean? If you ain't trying to die for me, shit, I'm still trying to die for you. You feel me? So yeah, man, we just 10 toes flat like that. You know what I mean? We you feel me? We right here for the people type shit. Yeah, man. I have bigger plans. You feel me? I have some pretty big plans for the people out there. You feel me? Cause I really feel like we got some bad shit in our hands coming with this AI shit, and you know um, if there's not any leaders out here that really want to what I mean, be a leader, then shit, bro, this shit gonna look even uglier. You feel me? So I know I'm a chosen one. I know my purpose. I know why I'm here. I'm a fucking warrior. You feel me? So fucking servant sent from God, homie. I ain't here to live the same life everybody else lives. I promise you that. I'm here to connect the people, connect the voice, the frequency, bring understanding. You feel me? Bring people to their own understanding. You know what I mean? God put us all here for different reasons. But definitely I'm here for the people, you know what I mean? They don't call me the people's champ for no reason. You know what I mean? I'm just right here in my own kingdom, but shit, I'm allowing other people to be in my kingdom through the energy, you feel me? We right here all together, you know what I mean? So anything y'all want me to talk about, you want me to touch on, you feel me? All you gotta do is drop a comment and I'm gonna let you know how I feel about that. And I ain't no fucking philosopher, you feel me? I ain't somebody just, you feel me, I'm good. Oh, he good with words, nah nigga. I know what the fuck I'm talking about, you feel me? Motherfucker really, you know what I mean, good with life. But you know, ever since I was a kid, I knew my whole purpose was different. Cause it was always different than everybody else's. And as a kid I always wondered, you know what I mean? I always wondered like, am I just like not like everybody else in this shit? You feel me? Like I don't understand like, you know, what it is about me that either people love or hate. You feel me? It's either a love or hate thing. It's never in the middle. But that's how you know you a chosen one. When people are so undecisive about you all the time, you know what I mean? They don't know if they want to love you or hate on you. They just don't leave you alone like in the middle type shit. It's like it's always trying to figure some shit out, you know? That's how you know you a chosen one. Cause you too white for white and you too black for black. You know what I mean? If you know what I'm talking about, then you know what I'm talking about. I don't mean the actual color, you know what I mean? It's just like you're not enough of anything, right? You're too much of everything, you know what I mean? So that's somebody that's sensitive to energy, you know what I mean? So I feel everything for what it is because I'm sensitive to energy. Not saying I'm a sensitive person, but to energy. So that means I feel things that other people don't feel. I feel things that other people can't feel because I'm connected in a spiritual sense. You know, we all have, you know, capabilities that we aren't aware of. But I think I had just turned, you know, tapped into mine at a very early age. I figured myself out very at a very young age. And through every situation I go through, it's like it's almost like I envision like every single thing I ever been through, you know what I mean? Oh, he's laughing on your life around 50 times here. And oh, I appreciate you, my boy. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I just be like, just on some different levels with my understanding. You feel me? It's a good and a bad thing. Like it could be good, but it also could be really bad because it's it's really hard to deal with shit. You feel me? When you so woke and tuned in, it's like the same feeling. Like the way I feel every single day is the same exact feeling, but it's not this feeling, but it's the same type of feeling you would get if you knew your girl was like cheating on you, you know what I mean? Or you knew somebody was getting into a car accident and you already knew it, you know what I mean? Somebody was in the hospital. Like that's the feeling I feel every day, but not those things from those things, not from those things. Just being so aware to life and seeing everything that nobody sees. You know what I mean? That right there just is the most like, because every time somebody says something and I know they're programmed in a certain way, it just like my brain flickers and I'm just like, dude, you programmed and you don't even know it. Like you programmed, you feel me? I'm programmed to my own standards and my own ways, but there's people out there that are programmed by the government and by another person. Like gang members are all programmed from each other to think exactly the same way. You see, I'm talking about they're all programmed, right? But a lot of people don't see shit how I see it. You know what I mean? Because they're a part of what's going on. Like they're, as they would say, a part of the issue, right? Yeah, being a part of the issue is somebody so blind that you don't even realize that you were part of the problem. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people out there like that. Yeah, there's yeah, there's motherfuckers out there that be so fucking blind that they don't even know that they the issue. You feel me? They don't even know like what the issue is. You feel me? A lot of people be that blind though. You feel me? But that's just the world we live in nowadays. You know what I mean? A lot of people be just tune the fuck out. Like they don't be they don't be woke. You know what I mean? A lot of people is like that these days though. That's why I really don't fuck with a lot of shit, man. Like I just stay in my own world. Realistically, I really don't care for too much shit anymore. You know, I fuck with who I fuck with, who fucks with me. That's also how you know who really messes with you too. You see who really is tapping in with you type shit. You feel me? You see who be messaging you type shit. You feel me? But when you always messaging somebody, always trying to hang out with them, it's not that they trying to hang out with you. It's just you're available to them. So they're like, oh, this fool always has a tree. He has this. He has that. So they'll make you a thing in their life. You feel me? But the minute you don't got nothing, the motherfuckers don't care about you, right? So you know that goes to show you, it ain't like a motherfucker hitting you up like, hey, I got the tree for you. Feel me? I'm trying to let's smoke. You feel me? Oh, I got the food. Let's eat. Hell no, he only hitting you up when he know you got the tree for. I'm looking for answers. You're right. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything I do. Oh yeah, man. I'm not, and I'm not also here to try to, convince you or nothing. I'm just letting you know like the real things that go on in life. You know what I mean? Just real situations that come from people that act certain ways, right? Because when somebody's telling me certain things, I'm thinking about it in a characteristic way. You feel me? Like characteristic traits. You feel me? Which characteristic traits go a long way with people because certain type of people are people based off of the characteristic traits that they carry, right? So when somebody is telling me certain things about a girl and there are certain characteristic traits that I'm familiar with, of course I'm gonna let you know what I think about that. Because my job is to make sure you're aware of what's going on, not necessarily to shift your mind and make you believe something. You feel me? It's more or less to put it inside your head so you're aware of it. So the next time something happens in front of your head, you're gonna think about the shit I'm saying. You're gonna say, "Wait a minute, K Shot was saying this. Oh, why she doing this? Oh, he was saying this. Oh, I'm seeing this. He was saying that." You feel me? But I'm not also telling you to make a decision based off of that. Just be aware of what's going on, and then you make your decision. But the more aware I can keep you, the more you're gonna look for those things when they're there, right? But if somebody isn't there telling you these things, and the thoughts ain't in your head to pop up when the actions are being acted on, right? But if I'm explaining it to you and it's up here and it happens in your life, you're gonna think about how I'm explaining it, and then you're just gonna be like, damn, like what should I do? Lean on some imagination thought process or some shit that is a valid thing through action. Because you can't overlook action. You know what I mean? Like if something is showing some way, then that's what it is. You can't be like, oh no, maybe she's da da da. Oh no, she said this. She says she loves me. She wouldn't do that. Nah, she doing it. She only told you she loved you so she could go do it. Not you, but you get what I'm saying. That's what they do though. You just gotta be aware of what's going on. You know what I mean? But see, you gotta be tuned into yourself in order to catch these things. Cause you're your own person. You know what I mean? Like ain't nobody you. So when you start to feel certain ways, you gotta know yourself to know what your next move should be. But if you don't know yourself, then then feelings you're just gonna think are feelings. But I'll tell you this much: when you have a gut feeling, your gut feeling is basically your soul yelling at you, telling you not to do something or to do something. Most of the time, it's telling you not to do something. It's telling you don't do that. Stay away from that. When you have a gut feeling, that's like your head, your thoughts in your head. It's like that, but it's God yelling at you. You just can't hear it because you can't hear God. You can feel it though. You can feel God, you can't hear it, but you can feel it, right? So you can feel that shit yelling at you, you know what I mean? And some people still decide to do that with that gut feeling. But that's why they say you always go with your gut feeling, because your gut feeling is your intuition. And your intuition is 9 times out of 10 never wrong. But if you don't know yourself, then you don't know what your intuition is telling you. You won't know what your intuition is telling you if you don't know yourself. So you got to be tuned into yourself, and you got to be tuned into your spiritual self. You see what I'm saying? Or else you're not going to be knowing these things. But your gut feeling is always an alert to yourself. It's something inside within your soul telling you, don't do this. Oh, she this way. Oh, she da da da. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes you may be overthinking certain shit, but you always gotta go with how you feeling. Cause there's people out there that don't make you feel those ways. Yeah, I felt kind of similar. I feel very in tune with myself. I can see things through spirit. Yeah. Yeah, man. No social media will really help you out too. Trust me, because social media, there is a lot of things on there that isn't good for the people. You know what I mean? There is a lot of things out there though that is good for the people. Shit that you could educate self on. You feel me? Like I find so many videos, doggy, and I love them. I love it, man, because I just be like, man, like a lot of those videos just take the words right out of my head. Like a lot of shit I be thinking, like I find it on a video. And I'm like, man, I said this shit before. I feel the same way, you know what I mean? And that's what it's all about, you know what I mean? Keeping your influences where it's gonna help you in life. You feel me? It's gonna benefit your mind. Cause you gotta remember, your mind is the most powerful tool in your body, and a lot of people overlook and neglect their mind. A lot of people ain't tuned in like that. You know what I mean? They ain't about information and learning anything. You know what I mean? Their mind is on entertainment all fucking day, every day. Why do you think, like, in the room, there's a lot of colors going on? It's a very vibrant space. Why do you think that is? Because we like to stay in within our creativity. We like to stay within our spirituality. And it's called colorality too, you know what I mean? The more colors that are going around, the more creative you are, the more your mind is in a spiritual place, right? But the more bold shit is, it narrows your shit off, you know what I mean? It makes you less creative. Oh yeah, man. You don't want to get no mistaken identity, that's for sure, brother. Yeah, man, we just kicking the field tonight, you know what I mean? We right here. I'm just trying to finish this logo. It's pretty much done, honestly. I've been just getting the lines right. Hold on. I kind of took a little break though. I was talking to the homie. Oh shit. I was talking to the homie for a second, you know what I mean? Chopping it, doing what we do best, you feel me? I'm gonna take a smoke real quick too, dog. Oops, wrong button. I'm gonna show y'all what I've been drawing right now. Look, check this shit out, dog. What y'all think about this shit, fool? Y'all fucking with my drawing and shit? Hood, it's the hood fucking snowman. You feel me? The fucking hood snowman, doggy. That shit's hard, huh? I'm gonna put together a sick ass logo, dog. Trust. Now this next logo I put together, dude. Oh my god, it's gonna be my most favorite one. It's gonna be my most favorite because it's like, you feel me? It's like three logos put into one fucking thing. So it's a pretty big one. You feel me? It ain't no small fucking thing. You know what I mean? But that's where it's gonna really come together. You feel me? Because it's gonna be like a full paper. You feel me? Instead of just being like one logo in the middle and then I put some writing, it's gonna be like a fucking crazy full thing. You feel me? Which I haven't did one of those yet. So it'll be like my first one type shit. Okay, I think that's cool right there. Let's see. Oh, that shit hard for you. This one I don't even gotta get so perfect, doggy, because it's gonna be like smaller. It's gonna be a smaller logo, but shit, you know me, doggy. I gotta make sure I do it the right way, doggy. I don't be half-assing shit, doggy. That's the thing about Kshotem, dog. I cannot half-ass anything. I gotta make sure I do it. Just like this motherfucker right here, cousin. I forgot I gotta put some fingernails on this fool, dog. I know. Frosty the Snowman don't have fingernails. You feel me? But hey, I think I'm gonna put some on, fool. Actually, nah. That shit don't even look right. Fingernails on Frosty the Snowman? Nah. That shit don't even look right. See, there's a reason why that shit wasn't looking right, dog. What? What you say I can leave? Oh man, he's. Oh no. He just chilling. Now, old boy, he just recently what's it called? Became a member type shit. You feel me? I've been drawing. You feel me? So he probably just, you feel me, doing his shit. You feel me? Shouts out to everybody out there. You feel me? All that. We just out here 10 toes flat. I'm gonna put some shit around this. Hey man, y'all know I just posted a video, right? I posted a new gameplay content on my on the P4 or sorry, on my YouTube. It's a voiceover I did playing the game, but those videos are gonna be a little bit more invested because like I actually like edited it on the software. You feel me? I edit that shit on the software on the PS4 too, dog. Like, so that's just like super like exclusive type shit. Like, you don't know anybody editing their fucking videos on the PS4, doggy. Stop playing. Yeah, a lot of people think they too cool for the P4, huh? I don't give a damn. Yeah, I know niggas be like, you don't got the PS5. Fuck no, I don't, nigga. Don't want no goddamn PS5 neither, nigga. I'll buy that Steam console though when it comes out. I'll fucking buy that shit in a second, homie. Ah, yeah, you know I need that bitch to pay me for that ransom. My bad, y'all. I'm trying to get these lines right. You hear me? Hold on, just give me a second here. I would definitely buy that logo. Oh yeah, fully. Wait till you see this shit put together, dog. Like, wait till you see that shit put together, dog. And I do have some ideas for the merch shit. You feel me? And see, the thing about this one is, like, I'm making it for like a Christmas thing. You know what I mean? But it's also something that could be worn like any time of the year. You feel me? Not just like Christmas. You feel me? Yeah, it was a Fortnite video. You feel me? But that video is put together differently than my other ones. It's the one where I do a voiceover in that one. It's pretty much me playing the game, but like I recorded the voiceover that shit. Oh, you already know I'm about to put this shit on the hoodie soon. Oh, let's see. I'll show y'all what it looks like in a minute. You're See, that's the thing about Kshotem, man. You never know what's coming next. I think it's safe to say that I be so random with my shit that people just don't know what's coming next. You feel me? Like they don't know if I'm gonna be funny. They don't know if I'm gonna talk my shit, call somebody out, promote somebody. You feel me? Drop a fucking vlog. I feel like people realize at this point that there's so much that has to do with Kshotem that you just never know. I said, bro, you good? I don't know. I'm a little fucked up. I'm about to take a smoke right now. Oh shit. Yeah, I ain't been able to take a little smoke. I've been right here busy. Hey, that's the thing about when you busy, right? You don't even fucking think about like taking a smoke break. You feel me? Like you just be on that shit. You feel me? Cause like getting work done is actually like a high in itself. You feel me? Yeah, I heard about that. I don't know who the rapper was, but I definitely heard about it. You know, I mean, it's just fucked up, my boy. You feel me? Like around Christmas time, brother. Like crazy, brother. All right. So now all I gotta do is put some black here or there. Yeah, man, this shit done. Yeah, this shit done. Y'all see the other logos, right? This is the trap house that I drew. That's the trap house that I drew. You feel me? Oh man, that shit crazy, fool. Yeah, man. Niggas be wilding out here, doggy. Like, I don't hear about a lot of shit because I be doing my own shit. You feel me? I stay out the way from a lot of shit. You know what I mean? A lot of shit don't make sense to me either. So, you feel me? I just, you know what I mean, do my own shit. I don't see a lot of news now, doggy. Like I ain't gonna lie. I be in my own world. If somebody brings something to my attention, then I'll give my mind to it, you know what I mean? But I really don't, you feel me? I stay away from a lot of news and shit like that, you know, propaganda, you feel me? Like I keep it real, you feel me? But that's some bullshit though. I will say that. Oh, here's a Santa too. Yeah, first I did the Santa, and then I did the other ones. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're gonna put this together. Hold on, I'm gonna take a smoke real quick. Let me take a smoke break. Then I'm gonna come back and finish this and put it together. You feel me? I'm gonna put this shit together tonight. Give me a second. Oh. Fortnite, you could apply that Raider code you make a purchase. It's just a little something to support Kshotem. I'm finna put you in the I'm gonna put y'all in the fucking on my story. Instagram type shit. Oh shit, let me open this shit up. Let me open my tab before so everybody can see the fucking drawing guy. Oh shit, I got the fucking Gwen thing on the ground right there. I can't have that shit on the fucking. Can't have that shit on the fucking thing. Hold on. Let me put on a different screen here, doggy. Let's put it on. Let's put on my video. Hold on. There's like a glare in that shit. I ain't fucking with that glare. And, I'm not good at doing this shit. I used to be good at this shit. Alright, that's cool. Front there, so you and me, we gotta drive. Yeah, man, what's up with y'all though, man? Yo, we chilling. Hell yeah, me too, fully. Yeah, let me put this down so y'all could see the drawings. You can't really see that good because the light. I could probably turn off the light. You can probably see a little better like that. Oh shit, my shit almost fell. I might throw this shit. You already know, man. We out here doing what we do. Gotta make sure you get these lines fucking straight. Yeah, man. Hope y'all having a good night. You keeping the hate out your space. All that. Shit, that shit hard as fuck, dog. shit. Bought some ass on me. Whew. Shit, I think this shit is done, homie. Oh, no shit. That shit cool. Maybe touch up this fucking little plan a little bit. How y'all doing tonight, man? Look at this drone, though. You feel me? What y'all think about that drone? I'm gonna go take a smoke. of my niggas are missing. Yeah, I think I'm gonna finish this tomorrow. I'm gonna put it together tomorrow. This shit's done for sure. All of my niggas are missing. Let me send that shit to my phone. Ooh, that shit fly as a bitch. I could put some like, that's cool. Fuck it. Put some like, Let me see something. Let's see here. Oh, fuck. I gotta see how I'm gonna put. I gotta see how I want to put this shit together. I don't like the way this shit looks. Shit kind of whack. I think it'll look better without that shit. this one's already done. This shit could look better. You feel me? Oh shit. Yeah, I'm not gonna do too much more to this one. But this shit look like shit right here. Yeah, this one needs to be worked on a little bit. Can't lie. Not too much, but I'm not gonna do that tonight. I'm gonna, turn this bitch off for tonight. Oh. I did a lot of stuff today. You feel me?
Você sabia que existe um rapper que colocou correntes de ouro? So y'all folks how to play the fucking game, right?
Ugh. Oh, it's got too many friends. Change a little outfit. Maybe.
So it looks like Southside rapper Peso just got released from the LA County jail. It looks like he got picked up by his homies as he should. And of course, as soon as he got out, he had to get himself a fly meal. If you ever been locked up, what was the first thing you ate as soon as you got out? Let me know in the comments. Look at this in the jail jumpsuit. And they got this fool straight to the studio. But this fool was so tired he fell asleep on the way to the studio. And you can see his homies clowning on him right there. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and let's slow the thing, please. So it looks like Southside rapper Peso just got released from the LA County jail. It looks like he got picked up by his homies as he should. And of course, as soon as he got out, he had to get himself a fly meal. If you ever been locked up, what was the first thing you ate as soon as you got out? Let me know in the comments. Let's look at this fool in the jail just. To the 12 people always liking my clothes. I can make any song. Sometimes it feels tough being a small creator. I'm just marking off. Where's the birthday? Wait, where are you from? Not like that, but like what part of Los Angeles? Yeah, yeah. Tickety, 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 tock, tock. Yeah, one emo. Give me your emo. No respect. That's the hardest thing in the world. To get up every day and give 100% and be in the same position that you were each day, but mentally know that you're trying and trying and trying. That's a real grind. Sometimes I want to give up on YouTube. I had a drug problem in high school. Now this is my new one, and it's a lot more expensive. I think I'm the best part about rock bottom is it's sturdy enough to build. I had that one viewer in it. Yeah, I don't know why I did that, Jack. I mean, it is. They make the game is super annoying every single season nowadays.
Okay.
There's everything you need to know about the new simple build mechanic in Chapter 7. Just like simple.
To win, you gotta lose. To be successful, you gotta have something that's not successful. To be happy, you gotta have music. We finally got new music by Masego.
Okay, maybe I'm This is not magic. It's something.
I just learned how to respect the things around me and respect myself. Because, you know, if you can outthink a man, you gotta man beat. So I never underestimate my opponent at any time.
I love that. I'm in love with Mary Jane. She's I'm in love with Mary Jane.
She's my main thing. She make me feel alright. Singing my heart sing, and when I'm feeling low, you gon' be no surprise. Simply go with you, take me to paradise. Mary Jane. Do Mary Jane. She's my main thing. She makes me feel alright. She makes my heart sing. And when I'm feeling low, she comes with no surprise. Takes me to paradise. Man, you gotta love Rick James, fool. You cannot hate on no Rick James, fool. You just can't hate on no Rick James, fool. I'm in love with Mary Jane. She's my main thing. She makes me feel alright. She makes my heart sing. And when I'm feeling low, she comes with no surprise. Bring me a watch, Jane. All of my niggas is really bugging. Yeah, you know, I'm running it. You know what? I forgot. I saved a clip earlier. I forgot about that shit. Let me look at that shit real quick. I just need to make that clip. Yo, yeah. I was making a clip. I'm cold. Oh, I'm gonna upload this. Oh, we just uploaded a clip. I got plug in my phone. Oh, no. When people put their phone down like when people put their phone down like this, they're cheating. Put it like this. All right. Yeah, I just posted it. Trying to figure out where's the end. How do I edit this shit? When people put their phone down like this, they're cheating. When they put it like this, man, what the fuck? Yeah, I just posted it. Just posted it because I could post it directly from the Twitch. So I said, fuck, I might as well do that. Every time I'm in love with Mary Jane. She my main thing. She make me feel alright. She make my heart sing. She give me nothing for. My main thing. She make me feel alright. She makes my heart sing and I'm feeling low. She
The reason why we don't talk to these rapper niggas no more, they're always late, they always smell like shit, they can't have good conversations. Niggas want to scam, you gotta pay them in advance, and then niggas show up late, and then they bring their entourage. Oh my god, the security and shit like that costs are through the roof. They don't have charisma, they can't do nothing outside of the roof. They're not interesting people. They're always on
said we ain't missing. That's right.
That's just funny, cuz. Mary Jane.
Fucking right. This fool woke up tonight and said, "Man, 2 shots to the head. Ain't no hoes anywhere." That's right. They said. Fucking right. They said. That's fucking right, homie. Fucking right. This. Fucking right. They said.
Mary Jane.
Yeah, exactly. Driver was just helping him with his diet. Good job figuring the pizza, by the way. Do that more. But what if it was that you need guys? Right? That's really good. A $6 tip, man. Give me 30 seconds and I can change your life. If you're looking for a side hustle, Big Homie explains why ICE is pushing up on land these terror cell organizations. 40,000 al-Qaeda workers that infiltrated the border. We just seen Afghani shoot National Guard. In Chicago, they found an apartment filled with C4 explosives, fire department uniforms, and police officer uniforms. This ain't about the guy hanging outside the Home Depot and 7-Eleven. Our sovereignty is under attack because the Islamic State has been named a terror organization. That's for the trigger attack. In the Quran, it says, to the non-believers, we have 40,000 Somalis who was using the unemployment system to send money back to Al Shabaab. The same I'm just out there negotiating the freedom of children. That's what's going on in our country. So people talking about defund the police, and they talk about ICE is all this, man, bro. In our communities, you have terror cells operating. Point blank period. 40,000 Chinese nationals crossed the border. Then what did they find? They found a sim farm in New York where they had the infrastructure to take out 200 million phone numbers. That's what's going on. Our national security has been covered. Big Homie explains why ICE is pushing up on land these terror cell organizations. 40,000 ICE al-Qaeda workers so infiltrated the border. We just seen Afghani shoot National Guard. In Chicago, they found an apartment filled with C4 explosives, fire department uniforms, and police officer uniforms. This ain't about the guy hanging outside the Home Depot and 7-Eleven. Our sovereignty is under attack because the Islamic State has been named a terror organization. That's for the trigger attack. In the Quran, it says, to the non-believers, we have 40,000 Somalis who was using the unemployment system to send money back to Al Shabaab. The same I'm just out there negotiating the freedom of children. That's what's going on in our country. So people talking about defund the police, and they talk about ICE is all this, man, bro. In our communities, you have terror cells operating. Point blank period. 40,000 Chinese nationals crossed the border. Then what did they find? They found a sim farm in New York where they had the infrastructure to take out 200 million phone lines. That's what's going on. Our national security has been covered. Big Homie explains why ICE is pushing up on land these terror cell organizations. Niggas said that Ben Adon is known for that. Gun to your
up, Jerry? What's up, kitty? What's up, kitty? Come over here, kitty. Kitty. What's up, kitty? What's up? What's up, kitty? Don't hurt me.
Over 2,000 years of exile from their land.
Don't hurt me.
Masculinity was something that was deeply influential in building the Jewish personality. Now, on the other side, and this is somewhat ironic, the Arab portrayed as nothing a feminization of the Orient for the purposes of domination. The Arab, in the Zionist imagination, becomes what the Jew was.
The Zionist leadership, headed by David Ben-Gurion, clung to the delusion that Palestinians still might welcome a Jewish state, despite increasingly fierce resistance. But there was a more realistic vision. In a 1923 essay called The Iron Wall, Ben-Gurion's political rival, Vladimir Ze'ev Jabotinsky, recognized the reality of Zionism for the people of Palestine.
Zionism manifested itself in the settler colonial project, that is, to take the land of an indigenous group, in this case Palestinians, and build a different society on it, in this case a Jewish society, but really actually a white settler Jewish society. Jabotinsky, he asks, do you know of any indigenous group in the world that accepted the colonial movement? And the answer is, of course not.
Jabotinsky became the head of the alternative, the revisionist Zionist movement. He says, we all know that the Arabs will not accept us here. And his idea is that they will have to do it by force. They will have to build an iron wall. They will have to show that they cannot be removed.
Jabotinsky believed that eventually the Palestinians will give up and will accept a reality that they cannot change. And at that point, they can be welcomed and accepted as individuals with full and equal citizenship rights, but they will not have national rights within a Jewish state in Palestine. And for Jabotinsky, that wasn't simply the river to the sea. He wanted to see a Jewish state in the entirety of the original British Mandate of Palestine. And he felt that this was going to require a sense of this new Jewish personality that will not be the defenseless Jew, but really the Jew of power.
This was the policy that was adopted, the policy of force.
In 1939, Zionist militias, collaborating with British troops, used brute force to help put down an Arab uprising.
Okay.
Jews in Palestine were gaining strength, just as Jews in Europe faced devastation. The Second World War revealed the true horrors of Nazi Germany.
Ow! Ow!
Adolf Hitler's monstrous anti-Semitism, steeped in the fallacies of racial science and conspiracy theories about Jewish power, was to claim the lives of 6 million Jews.
Stop.
At the end of World War II, there were hundreds of thousands of displaced Jews in Europe with nowhere to go. They could not go to the United States. They could not go to Great Britain. Another way to put it is Western powers encouraged the creation of a Jewish state so they didn't have to take in the immigrants themselves.
Europe's unwanted Ashkenazi Jews were occupying more and more of Palestine that was now nearing the end of British rule. But its fate remained in the hands of Western power.
At Flushing, Long Island, the General Assembly of the United Nations has made its decision on Palestine. The map shows what partition means. The Jewish state colored light, the Arab state dark. Jaffa to go to the Arabs, Jerusalem internationalized.
The 1947 United Nations partition plan was skewed in favor of the 630,000 Jews living in Palestine, handing them more than half of the land, while leaving 1.4 million Arabs with the lesser share.
The resolution was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions. The Jewish people at once began to celebrate the United Nations decision. The Arab reaction was to follow.
Palestine's Arabs resisted the UN plan that formalized Zionist colonization.
Fighting between Arabs and Jews was a commonplace occurrence, and there were many casualties on both sides.
In the midst of intense Arab resistance, the Zionist paramilitary group Haganah began clearing the way for a new Jewish state.
They launched an operation in April of 1948 of opening the access of transportation. And they do that by attacking villages. Their policy, by and large, is to empty those villages. They do that by intimidation, they do that by force, they do that by killing. In one of those cases, there is the notorious case of Dir Yassin, near Jerusalem. It's a massacre. Women and children are killed there. And news of that massacre travels quickly to other Palestinian villages, and people are terrified. And so there's also large numbers of Palestinians who flee from their villages whenever they hear a rumor that Jewish forces are on the way because they're afraid of massacres.
On the 14th of May, 1948, at the official end of the British Mandate, David Ben-Gurion declared the birth of the independent Jewish state of Israel. The death and destruction and forced dispossession of 750,000 Palestinians in the creation of Israel would be known as Al-Nakba, the catastrophe. Israel's dark truth forever to be denied.
Nakba denial becomes a foundational issue in Israel, of course, but also in the West. It's very important to understand the origins. In 1948, we have the Genocide Convention. The immediate background of the Genocide Convention, of course, is the Holocaust. The Nazi assault against Jews is perceived as a unique phenomenon in order to detach Nazi Germany and Nazism and the Nazi assault on Jews from colonial genocide. What this does is create a hierarchy, meaning that what we now call the Holocaust is perceived as worse and more terrible than genocide. But this also creates another hierarchy, because Israel, which emerges as the state of Holocaust survivors, is immediately placed as more moral than any other state in the world. And this is the origins of this idea that the Israeli army is the most moral in the world. So from the very beginning, we have these kinds of what really are Jewish supremacist ideas that meant that the idea that Israel could perpetrate any crime in international law, not to mention genocide, became basically unimaginable, which of course immediately necessitated Nakba denial. And Nakba denial therefore becomes a structural element of the post-war international legal system. It means that impunity for Israel is baked into the international legal system from the very beginning.
The beginning of Israel triggered an immediate war with its Arab neighbors. When a UN-brokered ceasefire brought fighting to an end, Israel had gained control of 78% of historic Palestine. What remained for the Palestinians was split in two, the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, with Jerusalem divided between an Arab East and an Israeli West. The Nakba had vanquished the vast majority of Palestine's Arabs and stripped them of any right to return to their homes. A minority remained in the new expanded state of Israel, full citizens of a country that saw itself as morally superior and saw them as a racially inferior enemy within. But Israel's new labor government needed a new labor force, new people to do the essential manual jobs unattractive to many European Ashkenazi. And so it turned to the Sephardic Jews in the Arab world.
Those Jews that were living in the Arab countries generally were not Zionists. Zionist was really a European phenomenon. But their lives were now in danger in many cases.
There is a particular case of a pogrom against Jews in Baghdad, but there are also attempts by the Zionists to incite anti-Jewish sentiment in Iraq so as to persuade people to leave. But when those populations arrive, then they're seen by much of the European population, Jewish European population there, as Arabs. And the Arabs, of course, were the enemy.
They were called the Mizrahi, the Jews from the East, and they were being used as menial labor.
The Ashkenazi Jewish elites regarded Mizrahim as less than, as inferior, as uneducated.
They're seen as not fully Jewish, they're not fully civilized. The rhetoric is to civilize them.
It is a de-Arabization, which meant to Europeanize them, which meant to Zionize them.
What actually happens is that many of those immigrants become basically a second-class group within Israeli society.
Israel was building racial inequalities into its new society, but its existence in the Middle East remained precarious. Surrounded by hostile enemies, Israel, like Jews in the Middle Ages, was looking for the support of a powerful ruler. In the middle of the 20th century, the United States of America was the most powerful nation on earth, and looking to assert itself in a Cold War with the Soviet Union, its communist nemesis.
A really important way of asserting how different we in America are from those godless communists is that we are religious and that we value our religious heritage under this broader umbrella of Judeo-Christian. And by saying Judeo-Christian, we embrace all people who have inherited this Western religious tradition. And that we accept Jews under this umbrella too because they share the same basic starting culture, religious culture.
Israel's early years coincided with America's opportunistic embrace of a contrived Judeo-Christian identity that conveniently whitewashed America's own anti-Semitism by folding Jews into a white Western civilization.
There is no way to understand that embrace without understanding the symbiotic relationship between the embrace of Israelis as Westerners, as Judeo-Christians, as white, and the rejection of Arabs and Muslims as different, as other, as outside of our sphere. An inescapable conclusion is that Jews and Israelis came to be seen as insiders, as people who were like other Americans and like the United States.
The United States gathered Israel into its fold, just as events were about to bring the two countries even closer together. In 1967, Israeli airstrikes triggered an all-out war with Egypt, Syria, and Jordan. The Arab armies were defeated in just 6 days.
There's a certain kind of pride in that victory and a certain sense of invincibility. The Jews go from being the disempowered, weak victims of the Holocaust to being almost like a super nation. But the dark side is that is also the beginning of the occupation.
Israel captures all of historic Palestine and beyond, which includes the Gaza Strip. And the area that is most of greatest interest for settlers is the West Bank. This is the beginning of settlement of those occupied territories. If we think about Jabotinsky, that was the Iron War. Israel said, we are here, we can defeat you. Now is the time to finally reach a final arrangement. But with tasting comes the appetite. And Israel does not do that. And a new movement is created in Israel of a greater Israel.
A greater Israel meant the whole of historic Palestine and possibly beyond. An overwhelming military victory proved Israel's strength to its Arab enemies and proved to the United States that it could be a useful proxy in a region vital to American interests.
1967 helps to usher in this idea of this military alliance.
Israel became the Western democracy that was connected to these global powers in terms of interests that had to do with everything from oil to labor to technology. Israel became the American footprint in the Middle East.
I would say on this invention of the Judeo-Christian universe, the Judeo-Christian ideology, within the European context, and you can talk more to the American one, it is completely a creature of the post-World War II, post-Holocaust attitude of Europeans toward what happened in Europe during the Holocaust, and then rethinking the tradition, centuries of European anti-Jewish animosity. Religion played a role in describing Jews as outside of our moral universe. And when you try to apply that to attitudes toward Israel, it becomes very interesting. Because Israel, in a sense, is the answer to the problem that Christian Europe now plays a role in creating a Jewish state and therefore fulfilling its moral obligation to the Jews that it had betrayed during the Holocaust. And so, in a sense, it's inverting anti-Jewish attitudes into an invention of this kind of moral universe where we are all on the same page. We always were, but we have this burden of guilt of anti-Jewish attitudes that had led to the Holocaust. I think in the American case, it's somewhat different.
I think it is different. You have something called the Tri-Faith America movement in the 1930s, where you have, I can't remember the names, a priest, a pastor, and a rabbi go around the country preaching coexistence between Judaism, Christianity, Judaism, Catholicism, or Protestantism, which is an interesting, again, play, given the fact that the Jews make up a tiny percentage of the population, that they're included in that Tri-Faith America. And then the Judeo-Christian tradition, really, in a certain sense, and here I'm very influenced by this essay in 1969 by Arthur Cohen called The Myth of the Judeo-Christian Tradition, that basically the Judeo-Christian tradition just really means the Christian and the Judeo, already Latinized and Christianized in its articulation, just becomes subsumed in Christianity. So with an expression of generosity, it's actually another form of supersessionism. However, it's now ubiquitous in the halls of Congress. People will get up and talk about the Judeo-Christian tradition, and post 9/11, it really has taken on a valence of anti-Muslim tradition, right? That Judeo-Christian tradition becomes a weapon against Islam. I don't think it's a very provocative thing to say that Israel changes after 1967. The Six-Day War is over. Israel increases its territory by about 1/3. And not only increases its territory, but now has dominion over populations in the Gaza Strip, which is Egypt, the West Bank, which was Jordan, and the Golan Heights, which was Syria. It was first seen as the liberation of territories, and then becomes the occupation, and they can't easily annex the territories to become part of the state, because then the Jewish majority, which is kind of the raison d'etre of Zionism, would be undermined. So they get involved in a situation that seems to me to be one where nobody really has a plan. And yet, what becomes a settler movement, they do have a plan. And the plan is kind of greater Israel, territorial maximalism. This is seen as something messianic. Palestinians were now considered to be, ironically, as in Europe, the Jews were considered to be the enemy within, the Palestinians are now considered to be the enemy within.
The trajectory of Israeli policies, but not just policies, of Israeli aspirations, of returning to the historic lands of where the Israelites were. They weren't living in Tel Aviv. They were living in Nablus. They were living in Hebron. They conquered Jericho, and suddenly all these places are under Israeli rule. The trajectory is, how do we keep it? Israel wants the territories, and its problem is what to do with the people living in them. Another thing that happens after 67, which is on the sort of geopolitical level, is that after 67, the United States sees that Israel is a potent military power, and it starts investing in that. And the third thing that I would mention, Israel changes. The country itself changes. It becomes a much more cosmopolitan society. It opens up to the West. People travel. There's more media coming in. It opens up to the world. And at the same time, it increasingly becomes a country, much of whose occupation is managing an occupation. And so it becomes a society that on the one hand is increasingly modernized and open and cosmopolitan and less conservative, and at the same time is preoccupied with how do you hold down half of the population under your control.
Israel's victory in the 1967 Six-Day War brought with it a military occupation of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. But instead of being condemned, Israel consolidated its place within Western power, with Jews embraced as part of a white Judeo-Christian world order. The United States increased its military and economic aid to Israel to unprecedented levels, while turning a blind eye to the plight of Palestinians, the people outside of the white Western fold. An armed struggle against the occupation now grew more intense.
A vicious act of sabotage which killed 11 people in a Jewish market in Jerusalem.
Political violence against Israel by groups such as the Palestinian Liberation Organization was avenged by the Israeli state through assassinations and more repression in the occupied territories. And then in October 1973, on the Jewish festival of Yom Kippur, a coalition led by Egypt and Syria launched a surprise attack. The Arab armies made shockingly early gains against an Israeli military that would eventually reclaim the upper hand. But Israel's initial failures were damning, its sense of invincibility now lost. the Labor Prime Minister Golda Meir resigned. 3 years later, in 1977, the Likud party, headed by Menachem Begin, once the leader of a Jewish terror group, was elected to power. For the first time, Israel had a right-wing party in government, with an avowed disciple of the hard-right ideologue Ze'ev Jabotinsky as prime minister. But Likud's rise wasn't just rooted in the failings of the 1973 war. It was fueled by the rage of Israel's Arab Jews.
The followers of the revisionists. That's the party that was established by Ze'ev Jabotinsky and is now, in 1977, led by Menachem Begin. The people who elect him are the Mizrahim. The people, the children of the people who came from North Africa and the Middle East. The people who had deep hatred for the Ashkenazi establishment. The ongoing resentment of how they were treated as second-class citizens, how they were treated like Arabs.
Israel's Labor Party, made up of an Ashkenazi elite, had purged Mizrahi of their Arab heritage, reinforcing the racist idea of Arabs as inferior, worthy only of contempt, while treating Mizrahi as a Jewish underclass. The Likud party, itself dominated by Ashkenazi leaders, stoked Mizrahi disaffection with Labor's elites, while stirring hostility against Palestinian Arabs. But a new radical figure was about to turn Arab hatred into a political movement, too extreme even for Begin's right-wing government. His name was Meir Kahane.
The JDL in Israel has made it quite clear that it is ready, willing, and quite able to go and kill Arab terrorists.
Meir Kahane is an American-born rabbi who immigrates to Israel, and he begins to build a political party that becomes known as the Kach Party. Very, very militant, very Jabotinsky-like, and then in 1984, he wins one seat in the Knesset. And this is really a shock to the Israeli political system, because Kahane was advocating transferring the Arabs out, making them worse than second-class citizens.
Any Arab who's ready to live here as a non-citizen with his personal rights and not his national rights can stay here. And any Arab who is not and who looks forward to that day when Israel will become Palestine must leave. That's not racism, that's common sense.
There's a certain kind of hatred and anger and militancy against Arabs that is, even for the political right in Israel, becomes frightening.
There is no such thing as Jewish terror, there is Jewish vengeance, perhaps.
His rhetoric tacks on to a sense of insecurity, of disorder, again, latching onto people who are not Ashkenazi, to Mizrahim. It is a politics of resentment and of rage.
I am going to the Arab village of El-Faham in Israel, a nest of vipers and snakes, anti-Israel and anti-Jewish, and I'm going to walk through those streets, just like Arabs walk through the streets of Jewish cities. And I'm going to say, Kahane is here, and you'll be leaving soon.
And they also motivated to use violence because the regime itself is using violence.
Meir Kahane and his followers, many of whom were Mizrahi, carried out deadly attacks on Arab targets. Where the Israeli state strove to deny its violence against Arabs, Kahane openly celebrated it. In 1988, his Kach party would be outlawed as a racist terror group.
He's subsequently assassinated in America some years later, but his influence continues to grow among some of the radical factions of the settler movement.
In 1994, an American-Israeli opened fire on Palestinian worshippers at a West Bank mosque. 29 people were shot dead. The following year, a Mizrahi Jew shot and killed Israel's then Prime Minister, Yitzhak Rabin. Both killers opposed the 1993 Oslo Accords. Both opposed the possibility of a Palestinian state. Both were devoted followers of Meir Kahane. Meir Kahane was himself a devotee of Ze'ev Jabotinsky, the architect of the Iron Wall Doctrine. And
yeah, damn, I'm gonna go to sleep, guys. I'm fucking tired. I'm gonna be back on this shit in the morning now, so stay tapped in, tuned in.